Thank you, Jim.
Be here on July. On Monday.
Yep.
I can go on Zoom. I'll be back. Tell me for the fireworks.
Can't really have much fireworks around here.
I don't, well, they do in my neighborhood, I mean. It's like a war zone. But no, I'm gonna listen.
You can even think about the holiday there.
Yeah,
Right
it's
around the
on
corner.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's not only those holidays, which I really,
Which is that?
July 4th.
But 2 votes can. Actually, it's a discussion. There are some counties that are doing it this year. It's
Yeah.
like I
I was wondering
said,
about that.
that listserv, you know, that we have.
Given I thought.
Very long weekend.
Doing this on the day before holiday.
It's almost, I mean, it's almost a week off.
Yeah.
Gina,
Good.
good.
Excited for today.
Oh, yeah.
The one on the 13th is the afternoon, is that right?
I'm sorry.
Afternoon on the 13th?
Yes, it is in the afternoon,
1:30.
1:30. Yeah, it'll start about 2. That's what I've told both sides.
So we want to go by. By bus or van. or something.
We usually reserve the county van.
That works.
Wants me to ride and follow you. I don't know if I can do that. Especially you, Nancy.
I knew that was coming.
Far is it? I mean, is it north?
Yeah, for Randolph.
It's-
Randolph?
Like. That parking lot is violated.
Yeah, where
Yes,
you are.
Brendan always come back in here and move back.
for sure. Absolutely.
You're always the quietest.
Huh?
You're always the quietest.
Well, that's a good thing sometimes.
I don't know what live stream a meeting you're at.
Usually talk. The vehicle is ready for pickup, right?
There you have it.
Over there.
Now you need to ask them if they re-rotated your tires.
Yeah.
Then I'll know which side that was gonna go flat. Well, I hope the tires are so they do have it, so, no problems.
It's still inconvenient. There is a price to that sometimes.
So, we're going to-
Oh, yeah, fine. City county.
Try to run that meeting again.
John.
Well, I was just fixing to say, I don't know if I'm gonna make it yet. 'Cause I got 2 afternoon Zoom calls, so we'll see.
I'm okay with cancel.
Yeah,
I wanted to do that to begin with.
we tried to do that. Yeah,
Like you need to use our space. Not even sure.
some table and chairs, it takes.
Is this a city project they're talking about? Well, I mean, what are they talking about here?
Well, what was-
I don't see any information on it yet.
there's some presentation for. The city of.
So I'm trying to look at it. It doesn't.
We should be glad they're talking to us. They didn't talk to us. They don't have monolith on the hill out there at all. Just showed up. Unit 52.
I call it Area 51. That's what I call it.
On the way out to the dam, that big substation. but-
Oh, that one, okay, yeah, this was something about transmission
It's
lines.
a transmission line,
County,
yeah.
Over to Pike County. Something.
The suits in from everybody to have a discussion about that after it's too late.
That wasn't Evergy at the time, and that's still West Star. I think that's still when the energy and the gas were still combined.
But I mean, they are supposed to get a permit for the substation for that transmission line, so. They have to get permission.
I do not know how that works in the city.
I mean, not in the city, I mean.
In the county,
They can put any transmission line.
they really can't. They really have eminent domain authority. They don't like to use it, but then when you have a willing seller, which they have a willing seller out there. Makes it harder to stop it with the Barb and
Tom,
slides. Tom, man, it's like, been seeing them for years. They were in jobs yesterday or 2 days ago, and they said, yeah, that proposal out there will go right through their property.
yeah,
No, I hadn't seen them for years.
What's the story on?
Barb Center.
Yeah, my guess is they're gonna domain that, and they're gonna put it in. They'll go to the utilities commission and get the okay and just do it.
Well, I suppose property owners can find it. No matter what, they'll find it.
Well, I told them, I said, you better keep your skin in the game on that one.
Well, I don't know why a switching station is. Why can't they put those in the? It's just.
Seems like to me with some of the growth and development just in that area it would be more wise to go down south and maybe a little bit more north. But up north, and I guess out that direction, out toward closer to 77.
Why they have to go, there's the entrance.
Logistics, I guess. I don't know. I can tell you, they're going to town on the runway out there.
Are they having been by there?
They're going to town on it.
Good.
Yeah.
They should be. Really
I
good.
think they've got it. I think they've got, I don't know about the current one, if they've got it out, but they've got everything pretty much dug around it.
They're gonna leave the current one there and just build a new one or? replace the old one?
Place smaller than I think, because they gotta go down another 4 inches on depth.
I miss all the
Thinking of the
planes.
weather, I don't know, it looks kind of weird there seeing that empty.
Without planes fleeing. I'm right in the flight path. I can tell what time of day it is.
You can get.
Yeah, oh, there's 9 o'clock from Chicago.
Yep.
Oh, it's late.
Sometimes I catch the 3:30 coming from Chicago coming in when I'm coming home from work. Yeah.
45. Comes right over Canterbury Park.
I love those 6 a.m. flights out.
Oh, yeah.
Easy just to get there 30 minutes before. I mean, you can do it. Don't advise it, but you can do it. I hop on there and get to Chicago or Dallas. I could be in DC just right after lunch, literally.
There's other flights going west though.
Well, maybe with this expansion, maybe that's possible. We've tried. I think it's amazing to see how many K-State alum we've got in the Arizona and Phoenix area now. Mhm.
And I have to go through Wichita.
Bigger Manhattan in terms of claimants, probably third in the state behind Wichita and Salina, maybe.
They're behind one.
And KCI doesn't count because it's in Missouri, so
One is, they still have the little white.
yeah, and they've got one to Vegas too. Yeah.
Like Johnson County. Executive. Oh, really?
Forbes Field probably somewhere on there too.
Air Force Base is the dead campus.
It's like it.
Good morning.
Okay.
Thank you for your grace and forgiving me for my sins of not showing up when I was supposed to earlier. I literally double booked myself. It's a very full time and I'm excited to be here to tell you about everything that's going on. Going to start with what is my personal favorite, but is we're so excited because we've actually been able to answer yet another call from a large segment of population, and that is in the art community. There are artists who wish to have more spaces to hang their work, and in it, there's galleries, there's museums, there's coffee shops, there's stores that do this. But we've been given for our property owner the use of two really big and wide unused hallways, which are perfect for hanging art. And it's the new trend in a lot of big urban cities is to take non-traditional spaces and make them beautiful. And so we've installed really nice lighting that you would see in a gallery, hanging systems, cameras, the whole shebang. And now we are, as of today, the first third Thursday of the season, we have two brand new artists, or they're not brand new. In our two new spaces, we have two really popular local artists that are going to be showing and exhibiting in those two spaces. And we're really excited about it because we did this turnaround in like, I don't know, 45 days. So it's pretty great. We'll be utilizing these spaces for artist receptions and a very more formalized downtown art walk when the Museum of Art and Light comes online. We'll be partnering with Stricker Nelson Gallery, the museum, our gallery spaces, and we will create yet another event that is more upscale, a walking tour of really nice art with cocktails and food to nibble on, and meeting the artists at those locations. So we're really excited about the way this is shaping up. It's been the #1 request in our patron surveys as far as specific what would you like to see from downtown. #1 has been gathering spaces, but when they get specific, it narrows down to artist communities and places where they can create and also hang their work. So we're really happy to have been able to do that so quickly. As I mentioned earlier, today is a third Thursday from 5 to 8. We've changed our format a little bit. We have artists that have been melting in the heat, not today, but in the last couple of years, we've had to have delayed starts due to the really extreme heat. And so we've decided to give them an option of moving indoors to a host business. And it's about equal. We have 10 inside some of our businesses and 10 outside on the street. So we'll still have that street atmosphere. We'll have all the entertainers outside. A lot of the children's activities will remain outside. So hopefully our makers who create things like soap and candles and oil paintings their products will do much better in the air conditioning. And we were getting people turning, just saying, I can't come, I can't be there, my products are melting. So today, of course, it's going to be beautiful and lovely, but doesn't that always the best laid plans? What do they say about that? Anyway, so we're excited and we're going now from June to October. So our you have until October to get your second persona in gear for the air guitar competition on the street. So get an extra month.
You're gonna be disappointed.
Of course.
I had somewhat of a midlife crisis in April and decided to go buy a real one.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I I've heard that it transfers very easily.
It probably does, so we'll see. And the good news about air guitar, unfortunately, like the real guitar, is you don't break strings, which seems to be my current problem.
Oh,
You'll get there.
Yeah.
You will. Also, starting today is the kickoff for our summer 12 drinks of summer. And this year's theme is It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood after Mr. Rogers, because it is. And this is a slow crawl. This is you buy a passport for $10 and you go at your own pace to the various businesses downtown. There are 2 non-alcoholic options this time. We have a really good shake from Sparks Burger Company and coffee at Flight Crew. All the other drinks are alcohol heavy. That's why we call it a slow crawl. We don't encourage you to do it in one day. But that passport gives you access to those drinks that are only available to passport holders. If you complete the passport, you get a commemorative glass made by a local artist, and on there it has Mr. Rogers' sweater, and it says it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. So it's really cute.
You get a second one if you can finish it in one day.
Sure,
Okay. I didn't say I was going to, I just.
for you. Yes. So you can get your passport at downtownmhk.com if you're interested in doing that. And this weekend we have a really fun, unique event. It is not a downtown event, but it is being held downtown, and that is the Little Apple Splash.
Mhm.
And it is the Dock Dogs, and they are apparently the world champion is going to be here. And it's all Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my understanding is Saturday is the day to be there. If you're going to go Saturday. It's when all of the finals are happening. So that ought to be fun. I imagine that it's going to be an annual occurrence, because it's a pretty popular event. It's a national corporation that's coming in. So, but the Kiwanis Club is organizing a sponsor, and they're going to use all of that money towards their programs for children, whatnot. So
what time of day is that? Where?
it's in Blue Earth Plaza. Yep. And my understanding is it's literally like 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all day. And it's just dogs that do that running and jumping into a pool, jumping up high.
Yeah.
There's like 4 different categories. It's pretty cool. The woman that is organizing it, she came into our office to pick up some signage and other things, and she had a dog with her. And she is local here, and she trains dogs. And she just didn't even say anything to this dog, but just said something really subtle with her hand. And the dog just dropped to the floor. I mean, it was.
I need that person.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. I mean, she spoke to him in German. And so they don't get confused by other people giving them commands, I guess, which I think is the same as the police dogs do that, I think.
Guess you're gonna have to learn German.
Well, I know some German.
There you go. But it was neat. It was really neat to see her training this dog. She didn't mean to. She was just there acclimating this dog to other people and places, and it was neat. So a lot going on. Check out Third Thursdays tonight. Get your passports for 12 drinks. Go slow. That's my mom tip of the day. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Gina.
Thanks for your grace. Really, seriously, let me come when I'm not supposed to. I appreciate it.
Have a good third Thursday.
See you.
Thank
Yeah. Yep.
Next commissioner, you have Mr. Greg Cox up to 10. Pinch hitter Shelley Woodard. Hi, Shelley. Good.
That's why I do that dog train things.
I don't know if it's actually over. I think the experts. It's a lady. No, no. They call it dog.
Jane Lehman,
Okay.
We can speak for you, German.
She trained
trained weapons.
6 of our dogs along the way. Her husband was pretty cool. And he's alive. I don't think, is she alive still?
No.
No.
Pretty impressive.
Yes.
Well, that's not the one I'm talking about. It's another. That is somebody else.
This one's off 402, that county, road there.
I don't know where I just met her at. That's a good idea. I'll try to go to the big dogs.
Yeah, mine needs a little. He does what I did, but
Great, Commissioners.
yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Craig Fox, Deputy County Counselor. I was here Monday just to give you an update on the tax sale. We mentioned the River Trail lot over by Ogden that are going to be for sale. I'm back this morning specifically on those lots. The city of Ogden has indicated that they're going to come in and bid on those lots. They are probably the only logical bidder for those lots, because the tax sale statutes provide that if there's lots that have delinquent specials on it and taxes, the city who has the specials can come in and bid on those lots. Their bid cannot, on any individual lot, their bid cannot be more than specials, taxes, and costs. Of course, the taxes includes interest, so it's specials, taxes, interest, and costs. They can bid that amount. If they are, they can't bid any higher than that. And with these properties, the individual, the delinquent specials on each lot is $4,700. And so the specials are expensive. And I will announce to any prospective bidders that if you buy these lots, then guess what? You have to pay the special starting this year, 2023. And that always discourages any kind of bidding on the property. If the city is a successful bidder, again, by the statute, they don't have to pay the specials. Obviously, because they'll be like paying themselves.
Obviously, yeah, they pay it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
so
They don't get it back.
so if
That's-
they're successful
and it's-
bidder, what they pay to us through the sale are the taxes, which is going to be tax and interest and the costs. Court costs this year are $165 per lot. I was contacted by the city attorney for Ogden, and they were asking for some consideration on the cost amount they would have to pay. Thought I had those figures with me, but I don't know if I put them in my-
They're on your report if you scroll down. Right.
Yeah, if they pay $165 for the 73 lots they're going to buy, that would be court cost a little over $12,000. They would like to see some relief from that figure. They would like, their request was that the county waive all costs. Again, the statutory procedure for a tax sale says that in a tax sale, the county is to determine a cost figure to be collected during the course of the sale to reimburse the county the expenses of the sale. And we do it on an actual basis. Every year we track our costs, basically our costs for the title fee, postage, the garden item fee, and publication costs. We track all those every year. And so we can give a pretty good estimate what we're going to have for the coming year. And then we divide that amount, the actual cost amount that we tracked by the number of lots we have in the sale, and we get that cost per lot. And this year that happens to be $165. I told the Ogden City Attorney that I bring this matter before the commission. It has to be the commission decision what they want to do. I do set out kind of the two ends of the equation there in the car. Your commissioners could waive all costs if you want, or an option would be to instead of assessing the cost against Ogden for each individual lot, we're going to sell these lots in 8 blocks of 9 lots. So we could assess costs per the 9 units. And that would be court cost of $1,485. So I don't have any preference in this, other than I can say by statute, we are allowed to assess costs, so we can reimburse the county for the expenses of conducting the sale. So I'll leave it to the better judgment of the commission as to what you want to do with this cost issue raised by the city of Ogden. It is a good thing the city is going to bid. I mean, it's the right thing for them to do. And they're the only bidder that can really bid because they don't have to pay the specials. The delinquent specials, and obviously going forward, they're paying the specials anyway. So it works out real well for them. So I will defer to your decision as to what kind of relief you give them on their request to have some relief on the court costs.
They buy some, have they sold some of these before?
They have bought every river trail lot that's come up for auction.
They bought all the ones before.
Yeah.
And have they resold any of those? No?
No, I would think that what they want to do is probably buy all of them.
Yeah.
And then replat them for future development.
Look,
Okay. Oh,
But we will incur these costs. $163 a lot.
Yeah, I mean.
That's been our costs.
Our cost reimburses the actual expenses we've had in the sale. Rich.
So if they do forego this for the city of Ogden, will those costs be assessed to the rest of the lots in this sale?
No.
Okay, so then those people won't be paying that, but the general taxpayers will. And then my other concern is when the city of Manhattan buys lots again, which the city of Manhattan has done, are we going to do the same? Those are things I think the board needs to consider. It's your decision, but the county doesn't get out of the cost. So no such thing as a free lunch. Someone's going to pay for it. And then the city of Manhattan has been in the same situation and.
Yeah, the costs are assessed per lot. So if there's any kind of adjustments made on the cost for the river trail, no other property owner or bidder who buys another lot will incur those costs because it's cost per lot. Yeah. So yeah, if you waive them, any kind of adjustment, that's just less than we get reimbursed for our actual cost of the sale.
But are the costs on top of their bid, because they bid $100 a lot.
Well,
Because some of those ones on the other.
just keep in mind for the other bidders, the rules are different. I mean, the statute provides for everything in a tax sale. And if the statute for the city bidding is if the city bids, they don't have to pay their specials, but they do have to pay taxes, which is taxes and interest and costs. Okay. For all the other bidders, they just bid an amount, and we take that as full payment of taxes, interest, and costs.
Yeah.
And there's different rules for
some of those little lots. Whatever.
Right. I mean,
we sell
yeah.
a few of them.
Bridgeview Heights, we'll get a bid of $50, and the taxes and everything may be $150, and we have to take that $50 in payment in full. That's what, yes. Yeah. The rules are different for individual bidders as opposed to this.
But they have
for the city.
the last year when they bought
Yeah,
these odds, they did pay the full price.
yeah, they did.
Lower costs.
There were not as many lots last year. We only sold 18 last year. I mean, 18 individual lots last year, two groups of 9. So it's the quantity that generates that $12,000 in cost.
So the cost of the specials are not in the $165 per 9 lots. Right?
No, the 165 is just is reimbursement for our costs per lot in the sale for our expenses. Yeah.
Okay, and are they offered as 9 units? 9 lots per unit to the public as well?
Oh, yeah, one is we don't want to try to sell 73 lots. I mean,
No.
yeah.
that take forever. And if anybody wants to buy them, I mean, again, for an individual, the ongoing specials is a huge discouragement. But we think for development purposes, the 9 lot units is probably the most logical way to sell them for future development. So, I mean, an individual could buy 1 unit of 9 lots and they give him kind of a little area that he could develop. So we think that the 9 lots per unit is the best way to try to sell them to anybody.
And anybody would have to pay the $165.
Right. Well, no, only the city has to pay the full cost. If you're an individual bidder, again, on a unit of 9, you could bid $100. And we have to take that as payment in full for all those expenses, taxes, interest and costs. Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, the city's paying the specials on them now already.
Yeah, right.
And that's what's killing them. I mean, it's almost rendered their entire city budget and solved it. Yeah.
It's what an issue that Junction City had when they were getting ready for the Bay Red Limit. They did all that development.
And so that's why it makes sense for Ogden to be the bidder on it, because they're paying the specials already.
No, it's not that, it was 15 lots.
They couldn't pay these specials because they were owned by somebody else,
Right.
and this owner did not pay it.
Well, let's give them a better opportunity to work with the developer or somebody else along the way and replot or rezone
Right.
through city ordinance to accomplish that. And that is their goal, but yeah, they're gonna,
To resell it.
well, something along those lines, yeah. But in the meantime, they are paying for the specials and it's I think when I've seen them do the audit, it's represent about 13% of the total budget. It's something more than 10. I regret that.
It's recouping that cost. It's tremendous stuff.
I guess the thing on that is we want to see them at some point in time get those back on the tax roll because then that benefits everybody, including the county, but it's probably going to be several years. So yeah, I would assume. Assumption.
One thing like you, but that's my thoughts that these are costs we've already incurred. Right, but if somebody else buys them, probably wouldn't get those costs back either. They'd sell it with low price.
And to me, if a policy is gonna be one city doesn't pay those costs,
I know
the city of Manhattan would be back at some point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I mean, if the city of Riley decides to do the development and it wasn't successful with whoever, I just think it's best to be consistent.
I don't think we ought to be reimbursed for at least the basic cost. $14.85. Shouldn't break the budget.
I don't think so. No.
Like you're saying, just partial.
It's kind of the
Yeah, the partial $14.85 rather than $12,000. Our cost. I'm worried about precedent.
But and in the case of Riley or the city of Manhattan, to me, that's still the same thing. You're hoping that they're buying whatever that property is for some purpose that puts it back on the tax roll, which benefits all the local units on that. So you're still, in my opinion, just doing the base court costs there. You're still taking care of what we need to take care of in the short term. And yeah, we're creating a president, but that president would hopefully have further benefit for everybody down there. That was my thought, was be on the recommendation.
Yeah.
Back and forth. I've been
Yeah,
giving them something.
yes.
So you're talking about $1,400 is base, is that actually all our expenses? Our expenses are actually before 12,000, is that correct?
Well, I mean, actually, we have, our actual expenses are, this year are gonna be $9,000. And so,
For all the properties?
for all of it, right? Yeah.
9,000, well, how come this, their partial would be 12,000?
Well, because we can only. Again, because of the statute, if the city buys these lots, they have to pay the cost for the lots they buy. We're only gonna buy 73 lots, so 73 times 165 gives you the 12,000. That's just their proportional share of our total cost of 9,000.
But 12,000 is more than 9,000, correct?
It's not looking out.
Yeah, and that's just the way that the statute provides. I mean, we had,
Was the 9,000 divided by the 9 lot units?
what's that?
How many, and I know what's up there, how many total items do you have going?
Well, initially, we started out with 400 some lots, so we.
But how many are-
got,
How many are there now? You know,
Janet does that for me. I'm saying we're probably down to some number under 40. But everybody who has redeemed, everybody who has redeemed their lots have paid their court costs. Because you have to pay court costs to redeem.
which is 165.
Just 165.
Yeah, you see, you said collected, so some of the ones have been redeemed since whatever stage was that they had to pay back. If you do it before a certain date, you don't get charged, and then after it's right. When you first send notices out saying.
Yeah, sure. Before we file the case in January, all they have to pay is the tax. Once we file the case in January, they have to pay the court costs. That's right, when the court costs is incurred when they file the case.
Okay. But I still don't see how 90, so there was more than 40 at the time.
Quite honestly, I didn't put those numbers together when I came down this morning, so I apologize. I should have noticed that.
Yeah, I just think we need to get that clarified. What is the true total cost of all lots for sale we're trying to, right? And then what is the true lot cost for each individual piece? Because to me, now it's based on what you told us, we're overcharging them at the $12,000 figure. So I just,
That they were based on an estimate. So now that we're getting the actual cost figures and that's looking a little bit different. And so Jan is listening and is sending me some stuff, so I just figured I would relate that.
can you
So
go?
she says that,
Shelley?
yeah. So the costs here, they were based on the estimate of costs, and that's what we have to do every year. Sometimes when things come in, it can end up being more or less than what we estimated. And so this year, it looks like the actual costs are going to end up being less than what we estimated. And so that's where that figure of the $165 comes from, is the original estimate of cost that was put together based on historical costs that the county incurs with the costs.
So the 9,100 and some change is the
So we have,
total non-estimate amount.
right, so yes, our actuals are coming in less than what we had estimated. So that's where the disconnect in that number is that if that number is based on our original estimate, like I said, that is based on past history. And the best that we can put together before you know exactly how many things are going on the sale. While things are still fluid, that's where that original number is.
And the 9 lot units. And we're no longer looking at 73 lots, but we're looking at 8 units.
Well, the lots, so they're still platted as individual lots, but we're grouping them together. And so each one of those groups is 9 lots. So if somebody were to buy them all individually, they would still be assessed the individual cost. I mean, assuming they paid more than what
if that cost and stuff can be like you've already talked about.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, rather than going through and auctioning each individual lot, they're doing in those lots. And so but they're technically still 9 lots. They're not one individual lot.
Times 165.
And so that's what, yeah.
And to explain a little bit more, when she's talking about costs for each lot, and I could be wrong, Craig, but I think each lot, it has to go individually to the title company. They have to do a title search individually on each one of those lots, even though we're not pulling them together. They're done separately, so that's why there's different costs for that cost per lot.
And our numbers are still fluid. The final costs aren't in yet. So again, we're still working on kind of the estimates look like they're coming down, but again, we don't have all of our final costs yet. At this point. We won't have those until after the sales.
So it might be less than 165, you say?
I don't know if those will change.
You know, and yeah, if you want me to go back and we can crunch these numbers, I can come back on Monday, because I'll say the sale
We're
or
not.
not till.
It'll have to be Thursday. We're not here Monday.
Oh, that's right. And that would still be the day before the auction, but the statute says that you can calculate cost, or if you don't want to do actual cost, you can just take 3% of the amount of tax you're collecting. So statutorily, there really wasn't a concept that you're going to actually be dealing with real actual figures necessarily. If you can say cost is going to be 3% of the 2 million you're going to collect, the statute allows you to do that. So we've always tried to do the actual cost, it's interesting that we took our actual cost and divided by the number of lots, and then we got to 165, and then it's interesting then that taking the 72 loss times that, it comes out to be more than what our actual costs are. But it's my concept of the statute that the statute allows for that.
And it doesn't.
It's not, the statute doesn't provide for an actuarial calculation of what the costs are.
And interesting, it doesn't necessarily take into account staff time either. Those are costs that aren't built in.
Well, we don't figure staff time into our actual cost.
If the board's inclined to waive what it sounds like Stanley's two of you are considering the lesser amount, just give staff the authority to waive that and have Greg come back afterwards to say this is about what the actual cost we waived on the 9-unit thing, because it's obvious that's not going to be significant if the actual cost at this point in time were around 9,000 and some. So I just think if we put any actual number in there, it's not going to be true at this point because we don't know the number. So if you're inclined to do that, then Greg can come and update you just before the sale on Thursday and then after the sale and put it actual cost. But
Well, we really don't have any actual costs. We don't really have any costs that are associated with the actual day of the sale. That's mostly staff time and all with that.
so then Greg should be able to get you actual cost by next Thursday.
As provided by the statute.
Understand that?
So this would be maybe changing this motion, talking about estimating that. And it shows that there actually is an actual amount. It doesn't say estimated amount.
I would, if your board's inclined out of that second motion, I'd just take out the amount of 1,485 based on 9 units. If you
Well, we could also look at the number of these suggestions. Something clean that works better. I think 9,000 costs, I don't see charging 12. No,
agree.
but 1,500. That's never seen low. Somewhere between 4,000 or 5,000.
I think we need to have a clearer number,
Yeah.
quite honestly.
Can you bring us actual costs on Thursday, Craig?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
And then just picture the graphic I gave you on Monday, with the blue and the yellow and as Lori said, we're, these were platted as individual lots, so we actually had to have title work done on each of the 73 lots. But again, the tax sale statutes provide that you can group lots together for the auction if that would assist you in selling that property. So that's why in this case, we've put the 9 lots in groups, because that's actually a block in that plat. And it's a more logical way to sell these lots as a group of 9 as opposed to individual.
So then the buyer will have to probably replat all these, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sure the city will want to.
If it's the
replat
city,
these
but
because,
the developer is not gonna be able to go in there and replat it unless they work with the city.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no,
That's why it makes sense that the city of Ogden, since they're already paying the specials, already takes them,
Do that.
then they can work with somebody. Whereas now you basically have to do as is.
yeah, and as platted as is, nothing's been developed since 2000. I don't know when it was platted. It was platted before I got here, so that was pre-2006, and so it hasn't worked as platted now. So there has to be some kind of replat to make this property more marketable. Yeah.
Okay, so we probably want to table this, is that?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's fine.
Thursday?
I'll be back in on Thursday, and that's plenty of time before the sale. I will advise the city that it's under consideration, and we'll get back.
Waiting for exact numbers.
I'll be over there Wednesday, so I'll let them know. Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's Craig. Hey, Kelly.
Time for Director Pete. Sorry we're late, Director Pete.
No. I haven't heard from you in a couple hours.
That's always a blessing. Good morning, county commissioners, Madam Chairwoman, commissioners, county clerk, Brian Peake with the Riley County Police Department. Today, I just wanted to go over a few of our quarterly / monthly statistics as they relate to the department to give you all an idea of where we're at. So for part one crimes tend to be the more violent of criminal activities. We're talking things like rapes or sexual related crimes, aggravated assaults and burglaries, thefts. So currently, as of right now in May, our part one crime is about 8% below our 5-year average, and that 5-year average runs to about it's about 8% below that 5-year average, which is ultimately and in May of last year, the same time, this is a 6.5% decrease. In May of part one violent crime was above the 5-year average. And I think that was based on seeing a lot more aggravated assaults or batteries, most of which were domestic related. And I'll get into that in detail a little bit more. In May of 2023, we're about 9% above the 5-year average for that part one violent crime. Again, 13 aggravated assaults and batteries, 3 rapes, 1 robbery, and 0 homicides that were reported for the month of May of this year. In May of 2023, there was 1 robbery reported, which is about over 40% below the 5-year average. This case is still currently active. There were 6 aggravated assaults and 7 aggravated batteries reported during the month of May. This is a 22.6% above that 5-year average. And again, 7 of those instances, which is 13, were domestic related instances. For May, part one property crime was down almost 11% from the 5-year average compared to May of last year. This is about a 7% decrease. Property crime for May of 2023 included 11 structural burglaries, 12 larcenies for motor vehicle, 5 auto thefts, and no arsons. The rest of the incidents were larcenies, were just the thefts. Structural burglaries were about 9% above the 5-year average. There were 7 residential, 5 non-residential burglaries. Again, these are quality of life issues. None were in Ogden. There was 1 in the North County. There was 1 in the South County, and then there were 10 in Manhattan. For vehicle burglaries of May this year, we were at 15% below the 5-year average. A couple of months ago, we were seeing an an uptick in burglaries that were from vehicles. In 11 of the incidences that we've had in the month of May, there were no signs of forced entry. So again, looking at quality of life, and if I were to step out on a limb, again, quality of life normally translates over to crimes of opportunity, or they could be dependency-related crimes, whether it's narcotics or alcohol. Motor vehicle deaths were up 3.5% from the 5-year average of May. This is unfortunately a trend that we're seeing throughout the country, whether it's vehicles, whether it's catalytic converters. 4 of the vehicles have been recovered as of 6/12/2023, and one of those instances was an attempted vehicle theft. Our number of DUIs for May of 2023 was about 50% above the year average. We hit the peak of our, which is almost 30. Could be attributed to a lot of different things. Again, we're out there pushing our playbook exercises and where we can try to educate the public regarding DUIs and why we're pulling folks over and looking for those indicators. So it's a bad thing that we're seeing an uptick, but again, it's also a good thing that the officers are recognizing the DUIs and they're acting on them. But again, keeping in mind that the month of May was graduation month. For traffic accidents, it was 2% below the 5-year average, again, which is good. Again, we're seeing that uptick, but I think that the enforcement action that the officers are taking, it's good kudos to them and shows that we're on the right track regarding studying the data and finding out where they're trying to predict where crime is going to happen. And the number of preventable auto accidents in May was about 10% above the 5-year average. And again, that we're going back to the playbook exercises and how do we get proactive in working on crime. Other than those statistics, the 2 primary other things I wanted to mention to the commission was our staffing level. So our civilians and administrative lift, we've always been pretty strong there. On the sworn side of the house for patrol officers and investigators, we are rebounding. Maybe should not go on that. We've rebounded substantially from where we were to having almost all of our billets filled. So we have a very strong, robust system. As a matter of fact, there was 1 or 2 officers who had left the department to move away for military stuff. It's come back, and I think again that's a testament to the culture of the department that we're still, your grass isn't always green on the other side, but she didn't leave for that reason. She left for other reasons. But really happy with where we're at for sworn. Now, again, it's going to take some time for some of the folks that we've recently onboarded to go off to training to come back and then get them through their probationary periods. But I'm very confident that we've hired the right folks and we will get through that. Corrections is where we're focusing our next set of recruiting. So we've popped out new initiatives. We've reached out directly to individuals, started tours of the facility, getting folks downstairs at corrections, getting folks to actually see the culture. Because it's one thing to say, hey, we're Riley County, we're great, we're doing all these things, and we are. But it's another thing to actually invite people in-house, walk them around so they can actually see the people who they're potentially going to work with, and they can study the environment, because just as much as we're trying to hire them, they're interviewing us to see if we are a place that they feel comfortable in. So we're going to open that recruiting push here next week, begin accepting applications specifically for corrections, and hopefully we get a good amount of folks. I think right now we're sitting with some folks having to go off for guard assignments, maternal leave. I think we're sitting anywhere about 12 to 14 that we're currently down out of 50. Other than that, I stand ready for any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
Have a good weekend.
You as well.
Davis.
Good morning. Morning, Commissioners. David Adams, CMS FEMA's Director. Got 2 different items here for you. The first is our monthly updates. being closed on Monday, I asked, and there was some time available today, so went ahead and we got this forward since I had another item to come before you as well for information. So starting off in May, another strong month call volume wise, 461 with 24 being North County. So as Director Pete said, it was graduation month, beautiful weather, a lot of things going on. So this is not certainly out of the ordinary for us. So breakdown by call volume by stations, nothing out of the ordinary there. Station 1, our headquarters at 171. Medic 21, which is 11 points, 141 calls. 31 at the county shops, 85. And 41 at the airport, they had 58, which is a little higher for them. But a lot of people are out and about and being active this time of year. And so that's certainly indicative of those numbers. And then our ALS first response in Littlerville, they had 12. So that was a good number for them that we had people there when those calls came in. So that was strong. And then as always, the rest are event standbys and supervisors writing reports. I think we had 6 last month. We had a couple event standbys, and then we had multiple calls had multiple patients, and the supervisors were helping out the crews. Continue to work on new building construction related topics. I was up there on Tuesday and they were working hard. They were digging the ditches for the water and sewer hookups. And I heard Commissioner say that they poured the safe room. Yeah, so they had started to work on that a little bit when I was up there Tuesday afternoon. So they're moving along. They've got good weather and such. So we continue along those lines to prepare for the opening of that station, looking at our staffing and start purchasing some of the smaller equipment that we need to purchase and things like that. So we should be ready when they're ready. Our federal cost reporting, as I talked about for the last year, has been submitted. So I'll take that off of this after this. But kudos to Josh and all of the county staff who helped us, because this really was a team effort, from the treasurer's office to the clerk's office to public works to IT. Everybody contributed to provide us the information that we needed when we needed it, and it was a little frustrating for some of them, because we'd ask them for something and they'd give it to us, and then we come back the next day and ask for something else. And that's just how the system works. Once you answer a question, then other questions pop up. So time consuming and frustrating, I'm sure, but we got through it. So the state report writing software that I've talked about, we've begun rolling that out. Alex has put together a very good video training for our staff. Kind of goes through piece by piece. It's an hour and 20 minutes long, where he kind of explains all the changes and all the nuances to the system. That rolled it out to the supervisors, and they're going to be our little beta testers, and then roll it out to staff along with the video and some other Q&A here in the next couple of weeks. I'm sure we're going to have to bring some staff in off duty to do the training for this, so they can walk through it and see how this has to be done. So quite a few changes. Some of them are good. Some of them are more cumbersome, but it's the world in which we live. So we'll get through it. Our staff worked with Manhattan Fire and Valley County Fire District number 1 on updating our first responder protocols. So they've come back with a couple of questions. We'll get some clarification, but those should be done, I think, by the end of this month. So we worked with those 2 entities as well, as they did training at the old Crestview Church. We had crews on standby there for them. I think they did some rehab with the guys as they were coming out. Because when you have firemen who are in bunker gear and SCBA, that's a tremendous strain on the body. So any big active fire where we're requested, then we set up and we do rehab. We check vital signs, make sure they get fluids, get them cooled down, do whatever we need to do. We kind of assess them, see how they're doing. So we did that at Crestview Church. And we're doing that this week again. That's RIT, which is Rapid Intervention Training for Manhattan Fire. So live fire exercises, basically. As we have crews on standby for those. Those are just on-duty crews. We just make them last out and kind of pull them out. And our crews rotate through to assist them to make sure everybody's safe and healthy. We participated in the in-bath ribbon cutting. It was very quiet for us, but it was good for Josh and myself certainly to get to spend some time with those that are counterparts in bath and get to know them and build those relationships. So we will have our supervisors do a pretty in-depth walkthrough and the operational plans in bath this summer. Just not quite yet. So we renewed our department license with Kansas Board of Pharmacy. We have a lot of different licenses. We have Board of Pharmacy, we have the DEA, we have the federal laboratories, it's called CLIA, that we have to renew. Some of them are annually, some are biannually, and things like that. So I would expect at some point the Board of Pharmacy will show up and do an inspection. Just like some of these others, they just call you and say, hey, we're leaving Topeka, we'll be there in an hour. But which is fine, and nothing on our end has changed. So, but it's just one of those things that we have to go through. A big thing that we've made the change in the last month, and shout out and a thank you to IT, is we have to have internet connectivity in our ambulances for multiple different pieces of equipment, whether it's our report writing software, whether it is our mapping and such, as well as our cardiac monitors. As they use the monitor, then it has to upload it to the cloud so we can attach it to the reports. And we've been using Wi-Fi, and really it started to not work very well. So we did some research and worked with IT, and we basically have bigger Wi-Fi's that are hardwired into our trucks and mounted into our ambulances. Gives us better coverage, longer range coverage. So if we need to take the tablet to get a signature into a house, it'll reach there before they'd have to grab the tablet and their Wi-Fi to take it in. So it took a little bit to kind of work through it, but we got it done, and they're all working seamlessly. So that's a good step up for us. So, and then the last under this section, Potawatomi County has asked us to utilize one of our UTVs for their 4th of July celebration. They ask us, this is longstanding. They've asked every year, and we've always been able to provide that for them. They take very good care of our equipment. They clean it, they fuel it, and such. So take it over there at the end of the month, and we usually get it back a day or so afterwards. So they pick it up and they bring it back to us. So if that is okay with you.
We already went through that request.
Oh, no, not for ours, not for our patient movers.
They
did it for
emergency
Florida.
You did it for emergency management. Yeah, correct. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, for the mobile command post.
Yeah.
It's the same time frame, the same situation.
Do we need to be consistent with that and have it on the agenda?
You can, if you want, we can add to the business meeting.
Well, we did that with the other one.
We have plenty of time. You can tell them it's okay, we're just formality. If you can put it on a business meeting for Thursday.
Okay.
That's well before the 4th of July.
I will put that on. Next is education, featuring 100% review of all calls. As our call line goes up, it takes some time, but they get through it. We're doing some in-house shift training with the emphasis on active violence as our annual active violence training with the county, which is EMS, Manhattan Fire Department, Riley County Police Department, emergency management. That is July 10th, 11th, and 12th. So ramping up for that. There's a group within all the different public safety agencies that meet throughout the year preparing for this and working with the school districts. So, but that's coming up before we know it. Very, very good training. If any of you want to come see it, just let me know, and I can facilitate getting you in there so you can kind of see the behind the scenes, and then as well you can see the training that goes on. Some of our orientees from this large hiring process have been released to work by their field training officers, and others are getting close. With this big class that we had some with our FTOs at outlying stations. Those stations don't run as many calls. These people are only there for 12 hours. So some of them are green, if you will, or new. And so now we're getting some of the experience through, we're bringing them up to station one and continuing to work with them and make sure they're ready to go when the time comes. Alex renewed our continuing education program provider for the state. This is another one of those things that we have to do every year, but that's been successfully renewed. He's working on reviewing and updating our credentialing test for our staff. We do this every other year. Pretty comprehensive testing, protocol tests, hands-on skills tests, and things like that, general knowledge for their certification levels. So, but it's time for him to kind of update that test and such. So he's working on that. And then as we do that, we'll roll that out with county fire for their certified staff as well to get them credentialed. So Manhattan Fire Department does their own credentialing in-house, meets our standards, but county fire, we assist them with that. So I think they have 2 or 3 different classes coming up for them. So to work with them evening, some of them are in the evening, some are on the weekends. So Alex or Josh or somebody will come in and work with them. And then last, community outreach, we continue with our car seat check plans. We have it once a month. And this is the time of year we start to get a lot of community demonstrations of our trucks and equipment. So we have some groups come to us and some groups we go to them. So, but it's always good. People enjoy it. Our crews get to show people who we are and what we have and such. So, any questions on any of that? And then our breakdown of calls. So, our Saturdays have dropped off a little bit, as I tell you, we always expect. But our Tuesdays either kind of bounces between Tuesdays and Wednesdays are our busiest days. But I know yesterday it was a Wednesday and they were in 17 calls. So there is no rhyme or reason. And then our call volume, as I've said, it kind of drops off now in the evenings and overnight when we just don't have as many students and such. So, but 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock noon is our busy time, middle of the day. And then I'll break down our vehicles. So, any questions on any of that? I know I spoke a little fast. I'll try and get you back on track. We've got John over here clicking his pen at me. If nothing there, then I'll move you on to the North County Station finish selection. So this is the color schemes and the drawing of our station. So this color scheme is not completely accurate here, but this was just kind of show you the look of the station. I think our group has incorporated kind of the wishes of the commission for it to fit into the neighborhood, so that it's not sticking out like a sore thumb, government municipal building. So there will be some signage. I don't know if we're going to do it on the building itself or we're going to do a rock or something out front that identifies this as EMS Station 5. We've kind of discussed it both ways. So, but we're really excited about this. I think it looks good. It's like I said, it'll fit into that neighborhood really well. And as they incorporate, make that residential neighborhood, kind of sell some of those lots, it won't. It'll look good. And then our color selections. So the shingles, the soffits, and then the steel siding. So we've got to get that steel siding ordered. I told them I anticipated we'd be maybe able to move forward today, but that steel siding is going to be the longest lead time for some of this. So and then the color selections interior. So we didn't want it to be white, kind of drab, but also neutral, easy to clean, kind of good with lighting. So this is what we've come up with.
What kind of countertops are those? Are they solid, like a
I believe so.
granite or something?
Yeah, yes. I believe
They're
so.
not laminate.
No, I don't believe so, but I can double check. But I don't believe they were laminate.
Then that's very.
Yeah.
Back on the overall view. Which color is the picture or the?
This is the better indication of the color. These down here.
So that doesn't, I mean, it's got a
Yeah.
black roof on the top and
Right, yeah.
dark shingles and.
So, no, this was supposed to be just to show us what the outside of the building looks like.
Looks like that.
Yes.
It's kind of
Yeah.
on it.
You going with vinyl windows?
I believe so, yes.
So you're gonna have a darker, that dark colored shingle.
Yes, ma'am. It's gonna be these here, yes. Yeah.
Would just confirm that it's a solid countertop.
Yeah, I've got that down.
Well,
Yeah,
so I'm trying to find this now.
yeah, I can't,
That's.
I couldn't tell from the color.
right. I believe, I'm fairly positive that it is. It's not, I don't recall us ever having a discussion of it laminated, but.
That would make sense.
I would-
No, they're
I
like
would-
Orion wouldn't be too big either. That's a take.
Mhm.
Closet with windows.
And I assume these are from the cabinets tops. This comes from local manufacturer.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Our cabinets are from Paul Cabinets. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And supporting.
That's not too good.
It's Corian.
Corian? Okay.
Does this scratch and they also
Solid
don't take,
surface.
yeah, but actually granite's cheaper.
Depends on the level.
Uh,
Yeah, well, at least granite takes heat, you know, I said something.
I'll check on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's not gonna be outside. I mean, it's gonna be.
Well, she means heat from like a very hot.
Oh,
oven,
right.
And you shouldn't be using a hot.
Yes, yeah, should be using hot pads, absolutely. Yep.
Say I'm using Corian in my house for going on 30 years. I don't have a month on it. So,
This has been used by all sorts of different people, so, you know, I worry about the scratch level. It will scratch and you can't cut on it.
No, absolutely, no. All of our stations, we have cutting boards in multiple sizes and hot pads and all of that. And I've never, knock on wood, I've never seen any kind of misuse by any stretch of the imagination. No.
Yeah. Well, if we could check on that and the cost change differences.
I can do that, absolutely.
So they probably got it somewhere.
I'm sure they do. I'll check with Dan today, reach out to him about that. And I'll be back on the business meeting on Thursday.
Great,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
have Cindy get that on there, David.
What's that?
Have Cindy get that on there.
Absolutely,
Can you hang around that?
absolutely.
So that concludes our agenda. Oh, yeah, that we're adding, I'm sorry.
Just because I know you'd like to play with numbers.
Hey, these are wrong, Rich.
Yeah.
These don't add up.
Good morning, commissioners. Thanks for.
You got your
Our
calculator.
number.
Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
Good morning, commissioners. Thanks for allowing us to get this to you. I wanted to get it to you in a timely manner to start reviewing and thinking about things. So we'll kind of go over this. This is a sheet that you saw Loringer in the office earlier. It's her division that puts the majority of these numbers together, and I review them for the assessed evaluation. Of course, as the commissioners know, and not sure all of the public is aware, the county appraiser does the appraised values. Then they are transferred, once the appraised values are certified to the county clerk's office, then we transfer them into assessed valuations. The middle section there, the assessed valuation, shows you the respective percentage increases for each type of properties: real estate, utilities, personal property, oil and gas. Don't get too excited over the oil and gas 16.35%, because it's just not a big number of our valuation in total. So while the percentage is big, the overall impact is not very big. You can see real estate did increase 11.25% from 2022. Then I like to go down to the very bottom there, commissioners, is where we have to take out the impact of the TIF. The TIF district, of course, the local units of government do not get those tax dollars to use in their budget process. So that's why we subtract that out. And that's where you get your total assessed evaluation that we can use for the budget purposes of $792,782,029, which converts to $792,782 will be the value of a mill that we will use in the budget process. You'll see from the assessed valuation of last year, that's a 9.98% increase.
We don't have any adjustment vote orders.
We do, but there's nothing for state statute. We have a lot of them, unfortunately. We have a lot of them, and some from the city of Manhattan that haven't filed yet, but the state doesn't allow anything in the formula to take those into account. So by statute, we use this valuation here to determine. Yes, that valuation could go up when it's certified in October, or it could go down significantly if all of those come through. That's unfortunate, because that means our revenues are going to come in less than what we built the budget on. But there's no provision in state law for us to take those into consideration. I think it's good to keep in the back of your mind, but we do not know. We do not know. It'd be nice if some of them come through before we finalize the budget to where some modifications could be made, but I don't know that that will happen. Some may come through before October, but then it's too late to change the budget then.
Yeah, some of those are pretty high,
They are,
that go back to the taxpayers.
they are. Any questions on this first page? Second page, that shows you the calculation, commissioners. I have highlighted in the green June 2023. The revenue neutral rate in mill levies is 38.379. Last year's mill levy was 42.214. So what that means is 42.214 generated last year $30,426,531 in ad valorem taxes for the county. To get that same equivalent of tax dollars based on that increased assessed valuation of $792,000, it will only take 38.379 mills. So that does not, of course, take into account any of the increase on the expenditure side. So that will be discussion with the commissioners. I think we'll have during the budget process of what mill levy rate, based on expenditures and what items the board has as a priority to fund. But that's where we sit at this point in time. Right now, staff's putting together and going through and confirming departmental budgets. We're putting together the budget development worksheet. Going through that, going to send that out to department heads to be sure they check it, to be sure it's the numbers they submitted to us. And then we'll be getting that on the agenda in the future. I am going to, as a matter of fact, I do already have a commission agenda report to the board for next Thursday. It's not on there yet. It got added late yesterday. For next Thursday to discuss the general fund carryover amount from 22 to 23 was higher than what was used to budget. And so I have some recommendations to the board on increasing the budget stabilization and then also transferring a large portion of that to CIP to address equipment, facilities, other needs in the future. And so that'll be my recommendation because that gives us our starting point for the remaining balance in the general fund, which we generally like to keep between 6 and 7 million, where we'll end up about 6.7. Where I'm recommending to start the budget process for 2024. That would be our projected ending balance for 2023 going into 2024. So you will see a commission agenda report in your packet for next Thursday on that. And then the next will be coming the budget development worksheet. Any questions on that information presented to you this on these spreadsheets, commissioners? At the equivalent amount of mills as last year, you know, if you stick to there, it's about $3 million more in revenue. So. The value of the mill is just under 800,000 now. Questions, commissioners?
At this point.
Is a sizable increase. You guys think of any questions? Let us know. We'll be getting more information to you. Yeah, thank you. Next, Commissioner, we have City County at 4 o'clock. Here.
We don't adjourn till after that.
Actually adjourn now to
Adjourn.
for after that because it's kind of hard to catch all of you to get a motion at the end of that. So if I can get a motion to adjourn after, excuse me, city county meeting, you appreciate it.
Make a motion to adjourn the June 15th meeting of the Raleigh County Commission after this afternoon's city county meeting.
A second.
So moved and seconded to adjourn the June 15th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners after the city county meeting was happening. On the favor?
Aye.
Aye. think it was survey. No, you.
Should I bet?
My, I mean, there's more. There's
Whatever. Yeah. I actually wrote a story. I've got.
That's all.
It kind of dropped, like, reached the high grades.
It's going on to get this. That's really nice.
Yeah, like,
Last year.
preschool, daycare, just fill us, like that.
Okay, I think it's 4 o'clock. Okay, so we're meeting today, and we're here, the way I'm deciding to hear a presentation from Evergy, presentation.
Ready? I guess we're the only thing today, so
Yeah.
we'll try to make it quick for you too.
You don't need to take the whole hour.
And we won't. This is kind of an informational meeting. I'm Mark Friel. I'm the Customer Solutions Manager for Evergy. So if you have questions, you can always reach out to me. I've got cards and Ron's got the contact information as well. So look forward to working with you guys in the future. Just wanted to kind of give you an update on a project that we're doing, not only in Manhattan and Riley County, but also in Potawatomi County. We've met with Potawatomi County as well, updated them on the project. Ultimately, you folks are in this area is growing, so we want to make sure that we're a part of that growth too, and we need to be a part of that growth too, simply because electricity is something that everybody needs, right? So we're just here to update you on that project. Aaron Spear, he's a project manager, construction project manager for Evergy, so he'll kind of lay it out. We have a little bit of presentation for you, take 10 or 15 minutes, and then open it up for questions from you folks too. But really just wanted to tell you the process of how we inform the public, how they can be engaged in the project as well, just so that we're all on the same page and it's a successful project, not only for the county, but for the community. So just want to update you on that. So thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Like I said, I talk fast, so I promise I'll take the whole hour here, but let me get the presentation launched. Get started. Maybe. Thanks. All right. Well, as Mark mentioned, my name is Aaron Spear, so I'm the project manager with Evergy over all of these projects. I'm talking about it as one project, but really it's actually 3 projects in one, and how they all tie together and the way they affect the community here. But as Mark said, really just trying to get some information out in front of you guys today. Like this slide suggests here, why are we here? You guys are our partners and advocates for the community and the region as a whole. Just like this group here together, we know there's counties and city staff working together here, talking about projects that are going on and for the betterment of the community as a whole. And the real reason why we're here together is just to get you guys in the loop on what we're doing, how it potentially can not only affect some of your guys' projects, but also just helping be an advocates for us. The more you guys know about our projects, and you're going to get questions. You probably have friends or family members that may live in some of these areas that some of these projects will be going through. So inevitably, like I said, you may be getting those questions, and the more you guys know, the better. And if you get some more pointed questions, you got contacts in Mark and myself to redirect them to. So like Mark mentioned too, the justification, just the overall economic development and just growth in the area. Not only the city of Manhattan, but Walmego, Alma, those types of areas that these systems feed are just growing rapidly, something that's been on our radar for a while. The area is currently fed from what we call a 34.5 kV system. That's a sub-transmission voltage that feeds the area. It basically feeds all of Potawatomi County more or less, but then extends down into Alma. But that 34.5 system, when it was installed, was a good fit for the load in the area. But obviously with all this new growth and whatnot, it's time to transition to a transmission level voltage. The 115 kV transmission system will provide a lot more capacity and just better reliability overall for the area and future generations for the load growth in the area. So that's the big driver of the project. This area too is not just Evergy customers, right? So these communities also have the city of Walmego and different municipalities and REA such as Bluestem that will also be tied into this new 115 kV transmission system for these projects that will be benefited through the growth here. So we say that all the time, and we're talking, 34.5 kV, 115 kV. What does that all mean? I think it's helpful to throw this up here and I think you guys are familiar. Obviously, you're an entity that provides water service through, maybe that's through the county or the city or wherever, but the water electricity analogy to me makes paints a little bit better picture of the driver and the need, similar process. And you got a pump or a source that puts out the product, whether it's water, electricity on, maybe it's a water pipe or an electric line through the conductor, right? They have their limitations. The pipes can only handle so much pressure, so much capacity of water. And the same is true with electricity. The conductors, whether it's a 34.5 kV conductor or a 115 kV conductor, even down to a distribution voltage of 7.2 or 12.47, those conductors can only handle so much, right? So when they get close to that capacity, it's time to upgrade. And it's essentially kind of what we're dealing with here, just obviously on a lot larger scale. So same thing what you see with this diagram, just the size of the hose, the equipment needed to get those larger quantities of the product, whether it's water or electricity, just can only handle the load that they're designed for. And once you get to the threshold of those limitations, it's time to upgrade and get something in place that's going to be a long-term solution, supporting the load growth for future generations. So this map here shows kind of what I was referring to. All these green boxes are essentially, these are substations in this area. Notice the large amount of green boxes you see around Manhattan. Those are connected into our existing 115 kV system that feeds the city as a whole. What you see with these pink little lines around Louisville, Westmoreland, Wamego, down even to Wabaunsee and Alma, that's the 34.5 network. That's the system that's in place now. There is no transmission or 115 kV voltage within this area. All these communities are served via the 34.5 system that I was referring to there. So that's current state and kind of what that looks like today. This here shows the existing transmission in the area. And the simplicity of this drawing is intentional, just so we don't, I guess, show too much in regards to the connectivity of the grid as a whole and how everything works, just for security purposes. But this area around, we get a map here, there we go. So this is kind of essentially the Manhattan area around this loop, if you will. Over in here would be around like the St. George area and then into like Wamego. So as you can see, there's a 345 line, this red line is, and this gray line is a 230 line. Those go on and feed into other substations. It's like a larger source. They're at even larger voltage than the 115. They go through the area of these new projects, but they will not be tied in. But this slide here is essentially the projects that we're wanting to talk to you about today. Like I mentioned, it's really 3 in 1, but the problem that they solve is one project. Kind of have to think of it in that way. And the first phase of the project is extending from our North Manhattan substation over to a new substation location, which is referred to as Zion. So this location here is about, well, it's just a little bit northwest of the St. George area. This location has already been acquired, and we have the ability to build a substation. But what we're getting out in front of the public and having a route study and open house event next week is around this portion of the work right here. This is the first leg of the project where we will extend 115 kV transmission lines from this existing substation over to this new location, like I said, around the St. George area. So this graphic just shows how everything's tied together. The next phase of the project, these years and dates kind of correspond with the construction timelines that we're looking at currently. But the next phase will bring it over to Old Post, which sits on the east side of Wamego. We do have that location acquired too, and we work closely with the city of Wamego. They're going to have a 115 kV terminal at that location as well that will feed some of their substation for their grid upgrades. They're kind of partnering with us and tapping into this new 115 line to provide better capacity for the city of Wamego as well. So yes, question.
So are those dates estimated start dates or estimated completion dates?
Those are completion dates. Yep. So that's when the project essentially will go online. That's a good question. So where we're at right now and why we're really, out here with you guys and making sure you guys are aware of this is where letters have gone out last week for our route study open house. So obviously it's real easy to paint a picture here and draw some red lines and put some boxes and say this is where it's going to go. But when boots hit the ground, we're talking about how this will actually work. We go through an actual route study process. So we partner with a consultant, Burns and McDonald, that assists us through this effort. Basically, we've been working with them for quite a while now to define our route network. We look at all the different constraints of the area, whether it's just land constraints from topography, what can be built, maybe it's FAA restrictions, obviously environmental concerns, road crossings, all those types of things factor into us to figuring out what the route network will be. And once that is defined, that's when we get into the public communication and the open house events is like I mentioned, is what we're working on. Next week, the first one, June 20th, is at the Eisenhower Middle School. And we notify every property owner within the route network. Let me show you what that looks like. So this map here went out to every resident within this pink line, about 200 property owners. And you will notice that while I know everyone here from either the city of Manhattan or Riley County, the project really doesn't touch it much, but it is the starting point. This North Manhattan substation here, we really only have these two paths out of the county. But really want to make sure you guys were aware of just how the projects as a whole tie in and help benefit the area. But like I said, these maps went out to all the property owners. We invite them to come to our open house event, and that whole purpose there is just to capture their preferences. So what we're looking for and asking of them is all these red dashed lines that you see. We try to capture their preferences where maybe they would rather us, go one direction or the other and maybe not go down this line, but go this direction. The route network is basically where we know we can construct a line. The red lines are potential paths. And then as we capture the input from landowners within the area, that's a huge factor in how we determine the final route, if you will. So, we recognize that we won't, make everybody happy. I wish that was an option, but we want to make sure we capture all the questions, concerns, address all those and make those a big part of the information we use to select the final route. So, like I said, this first meeting is next Tuesday. We'll make our way over to Walmigo the following month to do the next leg, which is the Zion to Old Post. So about 2 weeks before that event, the landowner notifications will go out. And then we'll work our way south to Alma with the next leg of the project. So that's kind of how our route study process works, and the intent behind it, like I said, is really just to meet with landowners, address concerns, and really get a better understanding of areas that we need to either avoid or look at taking a different path so that we can get the best path for everybody. So,
Could you show a better map of the city park?
as far as like,
Where you come off of that North Manhattan?
yeah, this is
I mean,
this is
that
the
is
only
so-
one I have, but
It's so vague that, and I know you have better technology.
What do you mean,
I want to know where the line's going, and I can't go.
Well, none of it's gonna be in the city limits, right?
so this, from what I understand, I think maybe the shaded area in brown and maybe it might be the city limits. But obviously the county line, I believe, is the river. So as you can see, as we come out, this is Highway 24 that goes right through here.
Yeah.
This North Manhattan substation, we really only have two paths out of what, whether you call it city of Manhattan or Riley County. So as far as how it affects you guys here, those are their only route options. And I'll be honest, this was our most difficult area to figure out the routes. It was very, it's heavy residential properties through here, trying to avoid those. We did look at potentially coming through, I think it's Martlet Avenue, Martlet, somewhere around in that area. But once again, there's an existing line that runs through there. School was right there, lots of residential properties. So that's kind of what pushed us to extend out in these more rural areas.
That top one, that's following Barnes Road, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Until it gets to the bridge. Sorry.
Yeah, we have, so at the route study open house, we have better maps, and I apologize. I have other ones, just didn't have it in this presentation, that they have road names, have different landmarks so that our landowners can see exactly where they live in proximity to these. And there's an actual application that Burns McDonald uses that is map based. So the landowner will sit down with them, we're able to zoom in, figure out exactly where they live. Talk about their concerns around not only maybe their property, but just other things in the area, and they're captured geographically within that system. And we use that, like I said, to compile all the concerns and find a path forward. So
you'd like to get started by the first of next year, probably?
it's going to take quite a while to go through. I mean, we have easement acquisitions to go through. So once the route's actually defined, then our real estate folks will be out again with the property owners and getting through that effort. That usually takes a while. I wouldn't anticipate, if I remember right, this one is June of, let me go back here. Yeah, June of 26. So probably in the fall of 25, maybe construction will start. That kind of depends. So yeah, so the whole process with the landowner notifications and easement acquisition stuff just takes a while. So I do have this map here if you guys are curious how it extends from the Zion substation over to Old Post and their kind of their proximity to those cities. This would be the second stretch of the project. Colors probably don't stand out real well there, but like I said, the pink box is the network as a whole, and on this map, the blue lines are the different route options. You can see on this one, there's a lot more segments, a lot more options. This one here, to be honest with you, there's very few options. What's shown in red in this area between the fishing lake, environmental concerns around the Tuttle Creek area, also some pretty heavy residential areas along the southern parts of the route network. Kind of limited our available paths that I thought would be successful. So any other questions or concerns or guys had? Like I said, the letters already went out like last week. So and as we've already discussed, I know it doesn't touch Riley County or city that much, but inevitably being the leaders and influencers that you guys are, I'm sure people will be asking questions and having conversations about it. So
Yeah, I had a question. Have you projected how far into the future or how much development we can do with this increase in electricity?
yeah, I mean, I don't have the actual numbers, but I mean, so this 115 kV system is what you see in Manhattan, and what you see in Manhattan, Lawrence, Topeka, areas around Wichita. It's pretty much kind of a standardized transmission voltage that we put in. So from a capacity perspective, this should serve the community well in the future. The 34.5 system, I want to say, was in place almost 50 years, and I would expect this to be in similar duration. Also, there's a lot of unknowns there from a development standpoint, but that 115 is more than double the amount of capacity that we had before. So yeah, it's definitely a long-term solution, and economically, I think it would provide that value for the foreseeable future. So
As long as everybody doesn't get an electric car.
Well,
as long as they charge at night.
that's my question there. How does this fit in with the whole EV process?
A lot of that stuff's new and yet to be determined, but from what I know about it, most people do their charging at night, which is good from an electrical load perspective, getting that and diversifying that load in the evening where we don't traditionally see a lot of load. So those are good things. But yeah, I mean, those are things that we're looking at and studying, trying to get a better understanding of how it's going to impact the grid and those types of things. So, but here from just an economic perspective, it's just everything. It's not one customer, it's not commercial load, industrial, it's just everything as whole. Commercial, the full gamut of just load in general in the area is kind of what pushed us to upgrade to this level.
And where do you get your electricity from?
What's that?
Where is your electricity generated?
I believe most of these circuits are fed from the Jeffrey Energy Center. I mean, the transmission grid as a whole kind of fluctuates throughout the day depending on the load, but with its proximity and the way it ties into some of these other substations, these two lines here essentially are your backbones, what I would think would feed into the Manhattan area, right? So these higher voltage lines feed these two that is energize more or less this entire loop of the 115 area. So there's different switching capabilities from other generation facilities, in and around Kansas and whatnot. But like I said, where you guys' proximity to Jeffrey Energy Center would be the predominant source.
Well, what type of lines are these? Are these gonna be overhead? Are these gonna be buried or?
Correct. So unfortunately, the way, once you go up to the transmission level, and everything's always above ground. There's some underground 69 kV in some areas, but that's so legacy voltage we don't install anymore. So yeah, everything will be above ground on steel poles probably. Once we identify the actual route, we'll figure out what format for the structures themselves. We have options whether it'll be a galvanized finish or a weathering finish. The weathering kind of has like a rust look to it, kind of like a brown structure. They're both steel, just kind of a different visual look to them. And then we also have wood options at this level as well. So just really depends on some of the factors there for the route as a whole. And the structure types are also a part of the conversations at the open house. We have examples and pictures of what some of those look like. We have other parts of our company where territory to where we would put in wood structure just because that's the preference of the area. So we factor all that in when it comes to making those decisions and defining what things are going to look like. So.
More electricity and more dependable. Who could oppose that?
Well, it's
Not in my backyard, obviously.
that's the hard part. Everybody needs it, wants it. It's finding where to put it. It's definitely the hard part. So, and like I said, that's the full intent behind the open house. And we really try to be transparent about why we're doing it, what we're doing, trying to keep up with the load here is the big driver. And then just like I said, capture everybody's opinions and preferences and navigating those the best we can. So.
You just took a big transmission line south on 177.
I think it was a rebuild. Yeah, so with the new steel structures. Yeah, so that's a good example. That's actually, I believe, this red line right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was it's either the red one or it could be this. Yeah, I think that's one it is here. But that was a rebuild. So those were wood structures that were getting to the end of their useful life. Some of those were from the 1920s, 30s, if I remember right. So when we once they get to that
And you
point.
put the brown ones in.
Correct. Those are the weathering structures that have that kind of a rusted look to them. So.
What's your typical width of these?
What's that?
Typical width.
For the easement? Yeah, a lot of that stuff's in ESC defined, but ours is for this 115 transmission quarter would be 100-foot easement, which is what we try to acquire. So that allows, just like I said, a lot of it's just vegetation, keeping the trees and whatnot away from there, where there's no impacts to the transmission line. But there's different variables what we can pinch things down to, but that's the standard footprint. Well, if there's no other.
So where is the notification area for that here now?
Yep. So property owners that live with anything within this pink dash line, I want to say there was 209 letters that went out for property owners within just this area here. This one was very parcel out compared to others, but as you can see, even with this one, it covers a larger distance. I don't have the map of the next phase, but it's I think it shows it here. The last stretch, obviously from Wamega to Alma, is 16 miles. So while it's larger parcels, pieces of property, there'd be a lot of landowners through that effort just because it's so much farther.
Like it's just south of Walters Drive.
Which one?
The city.
Oh.
They have, looks like it's. Southern line is parallel to
Oh, I see.
Walters Drive, only a little bit south of that. I think that.
The pink box.
Just the pink box.
Just
Yep.
the pink box.
Just the pink box is notification. Red line, dash lines are the potential route segments that we're getting feedback on. And then this line here is actually an existing line. That's I think that's this 230 line that goes through there. So yeah, that was one of the things that I'm assuming will come up in our open house. I mean, there's existing transmission lines that come through this area. Why don't you tap into those? Like I mentioned, these ones here, this is a 230 line, other one's a 345 line. So those higher voltages, you can't just plug them into the 115 system. You have to have additional equipment, additional transformers to step it down where you need it. Really just one of those things that the footprint we got in those two sub locations couldn't accommodate all that equipment. And for one, it's just not necessary. And those are more like feeders that feed the area. That's why there's no additional substations. They come from the source right in where they're needed, and then it steps it down to that 115 voltage that's used once it gets down to the other smaller substations and directly to the customers. So that's why we chose to not tie into those specifically. And then plus there's added benefit of these being 115 and this just a lot of these 115 substations, there's equipment in there that's automated. So if there's a line outage, it automatically will switch around it. And with that all being the same voltage, it just creates a stronger and more reliable grid. If we hadn't tapped into that 230 line or the 345 line, there'd be additional, like I said, equipment and problems with just the protection controls piece of it. So. Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate you guys' time today, and we have a stacked agenda, so let you guys get to it. And if you guys are available next Tuesday, we'd love to have you guys come out to our open house event. And if you got any other questions, concerns after Mark and I leave, they're going to be at Eisenhower Middle School is where the first one is. The second one will be in Walmigo. I can't forget the name of that middle school, but yeah.
What time does it start?
4:30 to 7:30. Yeah, I apologize when I put this together. We didn't have all that defined. I could add that here. So. Awesome. Well, you guys have a good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come and tell you more. So, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, there's, I think, I bring up complex. The food park counselor, requested to have a presentation, commission, I recommend it next month's city county meeting, because I think they're trying to on county's agenda too. We've done that before, joint rate seems to work out, it saves it for one presentation, but it's too. We'd like to give them their annual report and update. So I do that way, so I bring it up at the meeting today and see if anybody has an objection for the July. Yeah.
Will it be back at the city or we can do it?
Yeah, it'd be back.
Food farm counts, just so that we can do it for both of us versus each separately.
That's our annual report.
Yes.
We all see you, right?
I'm in the food. I have a farm.
Yeah, we've heard about you and your farm.
Below the belt.
I was a deer last night.
You sure it was deer?
There were two of them out there when I got home. I was actually this morning. I see what happened. That deer came back by here. Oh, that's bad. Was the head and the leg over here, and I leg was the baby. Got back in the trip. Really? I was taking all the stuff down from the deck and you can get it from the stain, and all of a sudden I heard my wife just literally scream, went down and like, oh, some did happen over here. It's three bobcats rolling, don't get free. Landed on themselves, they plunged in the back.
There's also a legend of an alligator somewhere in that.
One more report.
Well, I finished the semester, so when I'm done, and actually I won't teach next time because they put so many tests on it. Indoors, and I was thinking I might just gonna not do it anyway, so I'll make a decision. It's good that I was busy. That tells you they're hurting. They paid me like $5 grand to buy it back.
Sir.
Class saves some money, but they must not have enough dates, you know, cutting back to you, they want to fill someone up, which is fine with me, but it tells you. Actually, it is coming to us, they want to fill the budget gaps, because this route that we don't expand, we're not gonna do it. Yeah, that's what. Okay, so you know that. Yeah. State's got all that there. This, their funding, which is. Yeah, they keep no way.
Not that I'm aware of. Calendar, yeah.
That's okay.
But yeah, no, I've checked with her. But I'm not aware of it. It's blocks out on this.
I know.
Last time I looked at
Yeah, he's one of the.
budget development.
Yeah, I know.